and that's a picture of me with my chainsaw that I operated throughout that job. So 5 years ago when I started, the industry was at 26% of the industry identifying as female. So within my first 3 months, I put on Grid's first ever Women in Solar cohort, which was a 2-week-long program aimed at giving women the opportunity to get their foot in the door. We recruited women from across the California Bay Area to train on real construction sites, learn sales skills, network with women in the industry, and meet with solar employers. Almost immediately, the women were getting job offers after the training. Some went into sales, some went into installation, some marketing, some nonprofit. For many of these women, they were applying for these jobs before without hearing anything back. And now all of a sudden, they were getting hired. They had that connection to the employers. The employers were able to see firsthand who these women were. So I was thinking, great, it can really work. More women in the solar industry, here we come. So at this point, we know that diverse companies tend to do better. According to a study by the Center for Talent and Innovation, companies that are more diverse are 45% more likely to grow their market share and 70% more likely to capture an entire new market. So recruiting more women and more Black people and more people of color in the solar industry has become a focus for many organizations. The NABCEP recently put out an article in response to the lack of diversity that is in this industry, stating that there can be no sustainability without diversity. So the success of the Solar Plus decade does hinge on the industry's ability to develop and grow a diverse and skilled solar workforce. But we can't just focus on the numbers. Diverse numbers alone is not going to cut it. As time went by for the Women in Solar cohort graduates, I started hearing what these participants were experiencing once they were hired. One person experienced a situation, which is not uncommon, where human resources wasn't getting their pronouns right. This person used they, them pronouns rather than she, her pronouns, and continued to not have their pronouns right and correct by even the HR staff, even after asking. This person was also experiencing harassment out on site that was not being taken seriously by staff. This person quit and changed industries within a year. Another participant had a boss that recently had been promoted into management without any management training. Once on the team, the recent graduate wasn't given clear goals. She was continuously passed up on leading projects that could expand her leadership experience and skills, while other people were given more and more leadership opportunities. She never moved up, so she left for another company where she was able to get that training and that leadership experience and move up within the company. Luckily, one of the participants experienced being paired with a female mentor on staff that she met with monthly and helped her learn company career pathways, and she's still at that company in a management position 5 years later. So remember when I said that originally 5 years ago, the industry was at 26% female? Right now, we hover between 26% and 27% female. So in 5 years, there still hasn't been a huge change in the number of women that are in the solar industry. So we've got to start asking ourselves, why might that be? So if we were to just focus on those numbers, we've hired women. That doesn't capture the complete story, nor does it hit the heart of why diversity matters. So what is needed to grow your workforce? You need to take equity and inclusion as seriously as diversity and have it show up in your training, your hiring, and management practices. So I've been talking about equity, I've been talking about inclusion. I want to make sure that I take a minute to orient us to those terms. So a lot of people think of equity and equality as the same thing, but when in reality, they're different. This is a great image. I've seen it before used in presentations. It's a great visual representation. So just to briefly explain, equality is where everybody gets the same things. So if you see in this image, you have people in equality that get the same height box to be able to see over the fence. Whereas with equity, you have to understand that there are systemic barriers that make some people need resources in order to even be on the same opportunity field. So you see that based on where people are coming from, there are resources provided to be able to see over that wall. One of my coworkers at one point gave a further example saying if we really wanted equity, we would just take down the whole dang wall. So keep that in mind if you ever see this picture again. I like that imagery there. So there's a lot we can touch on about inclusion as a theme and describing inclusion with the basis of who is being included and who is not being included. One of the more immediate things that we can do to make our company workforces more inclusive as just a start is to make sure that we're tracking who is included so that we know who is being left out. The Solar Foundation, in partnership with SIA, put out the U.S. Solar Industry Diversity Study 2019, which is an absolutely fantastic resource, and I'd recommend it to any of you that are watching this today. In this study, they found that only 36% of solar employers formally track employee demographics and diversity. And why that is important is, as I mentioned, if we don't know who we have on our teams and in our companies, then we don't know who's missing. So we have to be tracking these metrics and making that an important goal. So let's talk about hiring. The 2019 Solar Diversity Study found that 3 of the top 5 recruitment methods rely on connections, suggesting that the solar companies prefer to recruit employees through their professional networks. So we're talking about referrals here. Furthermore, white and non-Hispanic employees are the ones that are more likely to get hired from referrals. So we need to find ways to cast the net and recruit more people from different backgrounds and people of color specifically. We can find more people and cast that net further if we're looking at recruiting through more job fairs, through working with local workforce investment boards, which are a great resource because sometimes participants that find work through the workforce investment board at your organization, some of their salary or their paycheck can be paid for by that workforce investment board. You can also look towards community colleges and partnerships with historically Black colleges. With all of this, it does take a bit of an effort to create those partnerships up front, but it yields lasting and useful results of being able to bring in more talent. This is how women in the Women in Solar cohort were hired. And I've held dozens more solar employment engagement opportunities over the past 5 years, and it really is a great way to bring people in. Job descriptions are another great thing to evaluate to see if they are excluding people, especially women who, as we know, tend to only apply if they meet 100% of the qualifications rather than men who usually look at it for 50 to 75% of those qualifications before applying. You should also be asking yourself and your team, are you truly following fair hiring practices? And does your staff have training on biases when they're in the hiring process? Another thing to be thinking about when you're hiring is, have you heard of Ban the Box? So this is in multiple states, and it involves removing the checkbox on the applications that ask if the applicants have a criminal record. What that does is it excludes a lot of people who would even pass a background check according to your standards, but because they see that they don't even apply because they feel excluded before they even begin. Training. I think training is so important, and this is something that I get to see firsthand on the day-to-day. Training is a key element of all levels of employment, especially entry-level positions that can recruit from a wider pool, because if you add training, people can be gaining skills and it becomes more accessible. So the NABCEP in that same article, as mentioned earlier, recommends that employers develop apprenticeship programs with industry partners that allow underrepresented populations to develop skills while they earn and learn. So many people cannot afford to take time off for training, or for that matter, pay for training. So if you're creating internal programs where participants and employees can learn as they're going through, that is huge. You could also be partnering with organizations to help them provide earn as you learn opportunities that expands your workforce potential of who you're hiring from. You should also be providing on-the-job, hands-on training with shadowing once they're actually on site and doing their work. Partnering with community-based organizations that support job readiness training is also helpful, because while somebody might come in and be technically ready and learning, some people need additional help with job readiness training. So there are many community-based organizations that you can partner with that can help your new employees be able to further gain these skills. And training is not just for entry-level positions. Make sure that there is training available and professional development available at all levels of somebody's employee progression. So one of the best things that I think that my organization, Grid Alternatives, has done is when we hired a consultant that taught about how to manage and create goals with equity, inclusion, and diversity in mind, making sure that employees have a fair chance at opportunities. We worked with the management center. It was a great experience. They came in and they asked us in a room of managers how many people received real management training once they became a manager. And not a lot of people had had that exact training experience. A lot of the times people go from being individual contributors to being managers without really getting that management experience prior. Another thing that is kind of in the management boat is mentorship. So US Solar Industry Diversity Study, again from 2019, shows that mentorship, especially for women and people of color, mentorship and sponsorship opportunities are vital in supporting successful career growth. However, only 37% of firms indicated that they have mentorship or sponsorship programs in place, either formal or informal. Many people haven't even heard the difference of what sponsorship is versus mentorship. So start digging into your mentorship and sponsorship options. It does take a bit of work to create formal mentorship or sponsorship programs. So starting even with an informal program is better than nothing. Something else we have to look at is who are the people getting promoted, especially into those management roles. For upward mobility, women are less likely to be represented at the manager, director, and president level than men, and are less likely to earn higher wages than men. Furthermore, the majority of senior executives reported at solar firms are white, 88%, and men, 80%. So we really have to look at how are we showing people the paths to be able to have those higher level positions and know what those career pathways are. The sustainability of your company's growth relies on building a diverse workforce. But diversity numbers alone, as we've seen, isn't sustainable either. Your company has to make the culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion a core value that guides decision-making. When you are hiring, cast a broader net and make sure you are attracting a wider array of talent. You have to create an environment that retains and develops your staff. And equity and inclusion is at the core of that environment. More is not going to cut it. You have to look at your training, hiring, and management practices. And when you do, you'll start building a diverse and successful workforce. When you have equity, when you have inclusion, diversity will follow. So now, before you go and click on your next session, I want you to write a couple of your company workforce goals down and see how you can add in equity and inclusion. The Management Center that I spoke of has a great online tool that can help you create what they call SMART-E goals that can help in this process. It's the SMART goal method, but they add in IE, so you're thinking of inclusion and equity in that process. Thank you so much for attending this session and making the steps to growing your future workforce. If you would like to connect, please do find me on LinkedIn using my name, Daisy Meyer. You can also email me at dmeyer@gridalternatives.org. Take care, thank you, and shine on.
Hello everyone, my name is Ifeoma Ononko, a cybersecurity researcher and a senior member of technical staff at Sandia National Laboratories with interest in secure DER communications. I am pleased to be your moderator, and I would like to welcome you to today's group panel discussion. With me today to discuss cybersecurity in distributed energy resources with a focus on threat analysis, interoperability, and dynamic defense of energy delivery systems are Gordon Lum, CTO, Key2 Systems, Tom Tansey, Chairman of the SunSpec Alliance, and my colleague, Adrian Chavez, Principal Member of Technical Staff and a cybersecurity researcher at Sandia National Laboratories. Prior to joining Key2 in 2011, Gordon's career has spanned defense communications as well as the early stages of digital satellite TV communications. In addition to being the Chief Technical Officer of Key2, he's also the current Vice Chair, IEEE 2030.5 Working Group. Tom leads the distributed energy industry's efforts to establish data and communication standards that enable seamless integration of solar photovoltaics and storage into the smart grid. Adrian is currently leading and contributing to several projects within the Department of Energy. These projects focus on improving the security and resiliency of energy delivery systems. The cyber threat landscape provides an overview to the growing threats to DER as well as recent cybersecurity trends. The threats can be ascribed to the increase in the adoption of DERs that is brought about by technological advancements as well as interconnection standards requiring communication and interoperability to allow the configuration of grid support capabilities by utilities, aggregators, and grid operators. Recent trends indicate that cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, especially power stations, are growing. Known examples include Stuxnet, a malicious computer worm discovered in 2010 targeting SCADA systems and wreaking havoc to a nuclear power plant. In 2015 and 2016, the Ukrainian power outage was caused by a malware that infected industrial control systems and made them unusable. A distributed denial of service attack brought down an internet service provider, which caused a major outage in the East Coast. These events show the growing risk of critical infrastructure to cyber attacks. Here is a chart that shows the number of cyber attack incidents on critical infrastructures all over the world between 2010 and 2016. This was compiled by Industrial Control Systems Cyber Emergency Response Team, also known as ICS-CERT. The ICS-CERT team helps improve the cybersecurity posture of computer-controlled systems. This growing number of incidents makes it imperative to incorporate cybersecurity in DERs. As previously stated, today's discussion on cybersecurity and DER systems will feature three speakers. On the topic of cyber threat analysis, the speaker is Gordon Law. Gordon will discuss the cyber threats to DER systems, as well as defining cybersecurity best practices for threat prevention and mitigation. To enable secure communication for DER interoperability using PKI, the speaker is Tom Tansey. Tom will discuss how to establish and maintain trust using PKI. For emerging technologies to mitigate DER network attacks, the speaker is Adrian Chavez. Adrian will discuss a technology that automatically detects and responds to threats within critical infrastructure environments in real time.
Hi, my name is Gordon Lum, and I will be talking about cyber threats to the distributed energy resources systems. I work for T2 Systems, and I am the current vice chair of the IEEE 2030.5 protocol work. I've been working in the field of smart energy communications and cybersecurity for the past 10 years. The scope of cybersecurity is unbounded. Even if we just focus on the energy space, cybersecurity touches on all aspects of this sector, from generation to transmission to distribution. Traditional generation involves the security of large generator plants. Transmission involves the security of transmission lines and substations. Distribution involves the security of transmission to the end customer. These systems serve different functions and are subject to different cybersecurity threats. The main takeaway is that there is no universal solution to cybersecurity. To make meaningful analysis and recommendations, we need to further narrow the scope to the security of the distribution system, specifically the cybersecurity threats to distributed energy resource systems, or DERs. Even here, the scope is still not narrow enough. We have DERs that participate in grid stability operations, like the California Rule 21 system. We have DERs that are used for transactive energy services, like selling excess generation back to the utility or other markets. In the future, we have electric vehicles, which are essentially mobile DER systems that can participate in vehicle-to-grid or B2G services. My focus today will be limited to the cybersecurity threats and defenses, or DERs, in the California Rule 21 use case, where DERs are used to enhance grid stability. California Rule 21 is an update to the requirements for interconnecting DER resources to the electric grid to account for the proliferation of solar installations in California. So what does the California Rule 21 system look like? From a simplified communications point of view, it consists of the entities shown in this diagram. The detailed communications requirements for this system is defined in the Common Smart Inverter Profile, or CSIP document. CSIP describes how to use the IEEE 2030.5 protocol to achieve Rule 21 requirements. In the Rule 21 system, there are three basic entities. First, the utility server on the left that sends out controls and receives status and metrology information from the DERs. Second, optional intermediate agents in the middle, like aggregators, gateways, or energy management systems that interpret the controls from the utilities and then interfaces to the DERs under its management. And finally, the DERs on the right that execute the commands from the utility and provide metrology data back to the utility. The primary cybersecurity threat vector is the IEEE 2030.5 communications between the utility server and the aggregator, gateway, EMS, or DER clients. There are many ways of analyzing cybersecurity threats, but for this discussion, I will just focus on a few simple questions. First, what is the information that needs to be protected? We need to identify the information content of messages between the client and the server, such that we can assign a value to this information. Second, what is the value of this information? The value of information is a key factor in deciding how much effort and expense we are willing to commit to securing this information. Third, what are the threats to this information? We need to identify the attack vectors that malicious actors can use to get this information. Fourth, what are the likelihoods of the threats? The probability of an attack helps determine whether we need any defenses at all and what type of defenses we choose to deploy. And fifth, what are the defenses to these threats? If we decide to defend against certain threats, what can we do? And what tools are available? This slide is my answer to the first two questions with respect to Rule 21 systems. What is the information that needs to be protected, and what is the value of that information? The information content is basically commands and controls from the utility server to the DERs, and the metrology and status data from the DERs. For an individual DER, the information value it generates and receives is low, so long as attacks on this information do not scale. If an individual DER fails to execute a control or executes an improper control, its effect on the electric grid is minimal, again, so long as the attacks on the controls do not scale. The metrology information from an individual DER is negligible. Utilities are interested in aggregate metrology information, not individual readings. And the amount of personally identifiable information, or PII, in metrology readings is low. In addition, the cost of adding high security to DERs is high due to a lack of infrastructure for patching out and upgrading systems in the field. On the other hand, for the utility server, the information value is high. Utilities control large populations of DERs, and improper control can degrade the entire electric grid. Because of the high value of the server information, the cost of adding high security to utility servers is acceptable. This slide is my answer to the last three questions with respect to DERs in the ruled fine-run system. What are the threats? What is the probability of the threats? And what are the possible defenses to those threats? The first column identifies the threat. The second and third columns characterizes the likelihood and severity of the threat to the DER. The fourth and fifth columns characterizes the likelihood and severity of the threat to the utility server. The sixth column identifies the common defenses to those threats. And the last two columns are my recommendations on whether these threats need to be addressed by the DER and the utility server. Note that for the DER, the probability of attacks is relatively low. Nevertheless, we recommend implementing defenses to these common threats, since the implementation cost is low, and simply using a good TLS cipher suite goes a long way in defending against these attacks. Also, note that the likelihood of attacks for the server is high. This is not surprising, since the utility server is just like any other server on the internet. It is subject to attacks from all over the world. And just like other internet servers, the utility server must use industry best practices for securing a server on the internet. On this cybersecurity threat analysis, we can make some high-level security recommendations for DER servers and clients. For DER servers, we should treat this asset as a mission-critical, internet-connected resource. We should aim for high security environments and implement all the industry best practices and techniques used to secure a server on the internet. These practices include securing the boot process, signing and authenticating code images and configurations, using encryption for all communications channels, using hardware security devices like TPMs or secure enclaves to protect private keys, closing down unused interfaces and services to reduce the attack vector, and having a comprehensive and enforceable security policy. For DER clients, we should aim for privacy-level security, which basically means that we should defend against typical hackers and not necessarily nation-state attackers. We should try to protect private keys that may not require the use of a secure enclave. We should have a good password policy and use strong passwords. We should close unused interfaces and services to reduce the attack vector. And we should accept that individual DERs may occasionally be compromised. This concludes my presentation, and I will now turn over this presentation to our next speaker.
Good day and welcome to this discussion about DER cybersecurity. This is Tom Tansey, Chairman of the SunSpec Alliance. I'm here to talk to you about securing distributed energy resources, also known as DER, that use the IEEE 2030.5 2018 standard and public key infrastructure, also known as PKI. DER are systems that are typically installed on residential and commercial rooftops, but also include installations of a few megawatts in size. As such, they represent an important fraction of the market in a high-growth sector. Since the year 2000, the market for solar power has grown at a rate of no less than 18% per year. The 2019 growth rate was slightly more than 21%, resulting in about 2.4 million PV plus storage total systems installed. While COVID-19 had a heavy impact on the 2020 market, still several hundred thousand new rooftop solar systems will come online this year. Post-COVID, the renowned research firm Bloomberg New Energy Outlook anticipates that growth will continue to be dramatic till the middle of the century, thus resulting in a DER communication network of many millions of systems. So what is the point? The cyber attack surface is large and growing fast. Let's take a closer look at the attack surface of IEEE 2030.5 networks using California and DER systems interconnected under California Rule 21 as an example. In California, DER systems may communicate directly to the utility server or indirectly via an aggregator using an IEEE 2030.5 compliant network. The IEEE 2030.5 networks use the core technologies that comprise the internet, standards like TCP/IP and HTTP, and are designed to address the needs of the electrical grid operations, including two-way authentication and strong security. The purpose of this network is to enable the DER to report status of key electrical attributes to the DER operator, usually the utility, and for the network operator to send signals to control electrical attributes produced by the DER. Grid operators take these actions to maintain grid health and to provide other valuable services like voltage regulation, reactive power support, and power control. These monitoring and control signals are protected from malicious actors in an IEEE 2030.5 network by a public key infrastructure, or PKI. So what is a PKI? A PKI is a system for the creation, storage, and distribution of digital certificates. Objects that are digital identities and are used by real entities, such as DER systems or electrical utilities, to establish trusted relationships. As such, a PKI is a complex information technology system that is protected using rigorous physical security measures in order to protect critical infrastructure. Public key infrastructure is often managed and operated by dedicated companies whose primary job is to operate and manage the computers, networks, and physical security protocols required for such a system. At rest, a PKI creates digital certificates that are used to associate public keys to particular entities. For example, IEEE 2030.5 clients, servers, and aggregators. A PKI includes a certificate authority that verifies the authenticity of digital certificates used in the trust ecosystem. And finally, it has rules for certificate revocation, which can be used when entities are compromised. In use, a PKI verifies the particular public key belongs to a particular entity in order to establish trust. Think of it as the equivalent of a passport for inanimate objects such as DERs. In most applications of PKI technology, authentication operates in a single direction. For example, my mobile phone communicates with my bank, and my bank authenticates that the phone is associated with me. In contrast, the IEEE 2030.5 protocol relies on the concept of mutual authentication. Mutual authentication is accomplished through the exchange of digital certificates between communicating entities. This means that identities of both clients and servers are authenticated by the other. Once mutual authentication is established, the entities are able to communicate with one another over a cryptographically secured channel. Mutual authentication is an unusual requirement in computer networking, but one deemed essential for the energy industry. This extraordinary measure was put in place because the function of the IEEE 2030.5 communication network is to monitor and control DER systems, which affect the operation of the larger electrical grid. In this context, the vulnerability of an individual DER system lacking PKI support is profound, but a single compromised DER is usually benign to grid health. However, if large numbers of DER are compromised in a local area, there could be significant impacts on grid health. Left unguarded, malicious exploits of DER systems have the potential to lead to real physical and economic damage. So how can all the parties reckon with this PKI challenge, which applies to PV systems, energy storage systems, network operation centers, and EV charging infrastructure? Furthermore, how can the information that is required for establishing trust be compiled in a systematic, reliable, and transparent way? The SunSpec Alliance believes that the combination of interface testing and certification, combined with digital certificates supported by a PKI, yields the interoperability and the foundational cybersecurity that is required. So how does SunSpec certification work? Vendors take their products to SunSpec authorized testing laboratories to have their IEEE 2030.5 interfaces evaluated according to common criteria. Results are then sent to SunSpec for validation. Vendors that meet compliance criteria are SunSpec certified and are then authorized to use the SunSpec PKI. This enables the mutual authentication and strong encryption described earlier. Manufacturers then load digital certificates into their products and deploy them in the field, thus enabling secure communication amongst entities in the trust chain. To recap, product developers build IEEE 2030.5 enabled products and install free test PKI certificates supplied by SunSpec that are used in interface compliance testing. After completing internal testing, vendors submit their products to SunSpec authorized testing laboratories for third-party validation. The family of SunSpec ATLs includes the most renowned and trusted test labs in the business. Many are also engaged in electrical function testing of smart inverters. When ATL testing is complete, test results are submitted to SunSpec for verification and certification. Those that pass are marked SunSpec certified and listed on the SunSpec certification website. To date, 96 product lines representing hundreds of discrete product models have been SunSpec certified. Vendors that achieve SunSpec certified status are also allowed to join the SunSpec public key infrastructure and become subservient certificate authorities, or sub-CAs. These vendors may install digital certificates on SunSpec certified product models that can then be installed in networks that support the electrical grid. SunSpec certification validates proper implementation of IEEE 2030.5 communication interface and security policy in client, server, and aggregator products. The IEEE 2030.5 standard requires the establishment of at least one common offline trust authority, also known as a root authority. SunSpec is a root authority. Root authorities, in turn, may have multiple online sub-certificate authorities, known as sub-CAs. Sub-CAs are typically manufacturers of DER equipment or software and may be the network operators themselves. They are responsible for installing digital certificates in DER products. In the sub-CA process, the product ID, company ID, and other verifiable information is associated with unique digital certificates. These unique digital certificates are then installed on discrete products as they are manufactured. Products protected by the PKI and digital certificates are installed in the field where they are paired with the grid operator's IEEE 2030.5 server to establish the trust relationship and secure the network. The end result is a tested, verified, and trusted DER ecosystem that strengthens U.S. critical infrastructure and protects the individuals and institutions that rely on it. We are proud to say that the SunSpec certified program has been embraced by industry. At the time of this presentation, 96 product lines, encompassing hundreds of discrete product models, have been SunSpec certified. SunSpec has established both a free test PKI and a production PKI for the IEEE 2030.5 ecosystem. Sectigo, the industry's highest volume provider of digital certificates, is SunSpec's enabling PKI service provider. This relationship allows the DER industry to leverage a global PKI network supported by a massive capital investment that reaches every major DER supplier and grid operator in the world. Thank you so much for your time today. If you'd like more information about DER security, or if you'd like to learn more about the SunSpec Alliance, please visit our website or send me an email. I look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you, IFOMA, for inviting me to be a part of this panel discussion. I'm really excited to talk to you about the role that dynamic defense plays within energy delivery systems. My name is Adrian Chavez, and I'm a cybersecurity researcher at Sandia National Laboratories. I'm a principal member of technical staff and have been at Sandia for over 20 years now. My research is focused on developing new technologies to protect and defend critical infrastructure systems against cyber threats within OT or operational technology environments. I've had the opportunity to work on several challenging and interesting cybersecurity-focused projects during my time at Sandia. These projects include developing secure code obfuscation algorithms that can protect software from being reverse engineered and tampered with within OT environments. I've also had the opportunity to develop a security gateway that meets the real-time constraints while protecting substations and control centers from cyber threats. And I'm also currently working on an intrusion detection system for distributed energy resource systems that processes both cyber and physical data. Today, I'm excited to talk to you about a project that I'm currently working on that has the goal of automatically detecting and responding to cyber threats in real time. The name of that project is Artificial Diversity and Defense Security, or ADSEC. The idea for the ADSEC project first started after our team had been performing a cybersecurity red team assessment within an OT environment. Our initial steps for that red team assessment was focused on first gathering reconnaissance information about the different endpoints on the network as well as the communication patterns. The threat model that we used was an adversary who had network access, so we wanted to model that during our red team assessment. What we noticed during this assessment was that the information about the different endpoints on the network was not difficult to obtain just passively with the network connection. We were able to quickly learn the IP addresses of those endpoints, the services running on the network, as well as the communication patterns between the endpoints on the network. So we could effectively profile the entire system and map out the network within a short period of time. The same pattern of gathering reconnaissance information, profiling the entire network repeated itself across several red team assessments. So we saw that this was a real problem and we needed to introduce some dynamics into the network. Additionally, these environments are oftentimes statically configured with very predictable communication patterns and very little changes for extended periods of time. This makes it really great for network administration and management, but it also makes it really great for the adversary because then they have plenty of time to plan and develop an attack. One of the goals for the ADSEC project is to disrupt the reconnaissance phase of an attack by dynamically modifying the network continuously so that industrial control systems are no longer sitting ducks. However, even though it's really great to disrupt and detect attacks, it's also really important in how you respond and mitigate those attacks. This leads to our next goal, which is to automatically respond at machine speeds and be proactive to mitigate the threats detected. Our responses are focused on dynamic defense techniques. So anytime new software is being introduced into an OT environment, it's really important that that software being introduced meets the requirements and constraints of those systems. For example, the software may need to be retrofitted within an existing infrastructure. This is likely going to be the case, especially when you're looking at an OT network where you'll have a mix of legacy and modern devices that are going to have configurations that aren't going to change for decades at a time. There's also a high availability requirement within an OT network that's quite a bit different than you would see in an IT network. The latency requirements are going to be on the order of milliseconds, whereas an IT network, those ranges may be in the order of seconds or even minutes in some cases. The bottom line is that we do not want to impede the OT network whatsoever whenever you're adding new software into these networks. In our case, we're introducing automatic detection and response algorithms. These algorithms are going to need to meet those same constraints and requirements. The diagram at the bottom shows a typical OT network that you may see in the field. You would have two different subnets communicating with one another, going through a switch and a router in the middle of the network. The end devices could be devices like programmable logic controllers, remote telemetry units, human-machine interfaces, devices that you would typically see in an OT network. So the diagram at the top shows how the AdSec technology is being applied. We would have two endpoints, nodes A and B, shown in blue in this diagram, communicating with one another over what we're calling an overlay network. Now, this overlay network is what's really introducing the dynamics into the network, making a network appear that it's not static and is continuously changing over time. So the nodes C, D, and E would represent network devices like switches and routers in the network. We're also showing the adversary at that overlay network observing traffic. So now when we add the AdSec technology into an OT environment, what that adversary is going to see is a network that's continuing to appear that it's changing constantly over time, as opposed to it being continuously static with very predictable communication patterns like it normally would. This was one of the major challenges of AdSec, and I'll talk to you a little bit more of the details of how this is actually working and how we've demonstrated this concept in a field test that we performed with one of our partners on the project. So as I mentioned, our AdSec technology is focused on developing automatic detection and response algorithms to protect OT networks from cyber threats. Our detection algorithms have focused on running machine learning algorithms to detect abnormal behavior, classify those behaviors into categories of attack, and then trigger appropriate responses. We're applying an ensemble set of machine learning algorithms that take into account hundreds of features to tune the machine learning algorithms. The machine learning features are configurable by the user. We call our machine learning algorithms dynamic defense, which is labeled DD in the network diagram on the right. These are the red bubbles that you'll see at each of the endpoints in the network. The dynamic defense algorithms process both host-based and network-based data. We've developed the machine learning algorithms so that they can detect malware such as worms, denial of service attacks, or malformed packets. Our responses have focused primarily on moving target defense strategies and are built on top of a software-defined networking framework. Software-defined networking, or SDN, allows network administrators to engineer how traffic is being routed within their networks. This is perfect for energy delivery systems since the network configurations remain static for extended periods of time. Another benefit is that the end hosts are completely unaware that the SDN technology is even being deployed. So this is a transparent solution to the endpoints on the network, which is important for scalability because you don't have to install agent software at every single endpoint within the network. All that's needed is an SDN controller to manage how the network operates. There are both open source and commercial solutions available to deploy SDN, and we've tested successfully the AdSec technology with both open source and commercial versions of software. We're leveraging SDN to introduce randomness into the network. We're scrambling IP addresses, application port numbers, as well as communication paths. The randomization occurs continuously at user-defined frequencies or can be triggered based on indicators of attack detected by the machine learning algorithms. The AdSec technology is one example of how dynamic defense technologies can be integrated into OT environments so that cybersecurity and resiliency are improved. I've had the opportunity to lead the AdSec project over the past 6 years with funding under the Department of Energy's Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response Office. The technology really came to fruition through a number of partnerships. These partnerships involved utilities and oil and natural gas partners who provided R&D guidance throughout the project, a national laboratory who provided a situational awareness front end to AdSec, a private sector partner that performed an independent third-party red team assessment, a vendor that produced a commercial SDM product for the OT sector, and finally, a Department of Defense partnership that provided a microgrid where we successfully demonstrated the AdSec technology. These partnerships have been key to the success of the AdSec project. Going forward, as adversaries continue to evolve in their attack strategies, it is important that we continue to research and develop new technologies that can dynamically defend energy delivery systems and automatically protect them against cyber threats. This is especially true with distributed energy resources becoming more widespread. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to talk about dynamic defense technologies within energy delivery systems.
Thank you for joining us in today's panel discussion on cybersecurity in distributed energy resources. I would like to thank Gordon, Tom, and Adrian for their participation and sharing their cybersecurity expertise with us today. To continue this discussion, I invite you to reach out to each of them. You can also reach out to me at ionunkw@sandia.gov. We look forward to hearing from you. I'd like to also thank the organizers of the North American Smart Energy Week for our virtual session. Thank you and bye for now.
Veritone, we believe artificial intelligence will play a key role in building a safer, more vibrant, transparent, and empowered society. Green energy is poised to change our world for the better. But to set off a green energy boom, the grid must go digital. Grid operations are becoming more complex. Today's utilities must respond to changing weather and energy demands, and day-ahead forecasts are no longer enough. An ever-growing number of distributed energy resources has led to network congestion, inconsistent energy delivery, device failures, and blackouts. Providers are under pressure to deliver a consistent and profitable energy supply across a variety of old and new energy sources, which often collide. Managing these complexities can be daunting. That's where artificial intelligence comes in. Veritone Energy Solutions are harnessing the power of AI, revolutionizing today's energy grids and cutting millions of dollars in costs for utility companies and consumers. Utility grid operators, equipment and storage providers, and energy aggregators use Veritone to optimize their smart grids. Our patented AI technology first collects current weather forecast data, energy demand, and pricing data, and sends this data to the control hub. Autonomous control and decision-making can be centralized or distributed to individual microgrids and devices. The control hub also detects the current state and capacity of each energy device on the grid. From there, we apply predictive models, rules, and learning to determine the ideal energy supply mix and pricing to meet grid demand in near real time. So forward-thinking operators know how much energy to send to which device, at what price, and when, based on predicted future conditions. This process repeats every second of every day for a perfectly synchronized and optimized energy grid. With Veritone, utilities can deliver profitable renewable energy with unparalleled grid stability and efficiency. We're optimizing the energy grid and accelerating the world's transition to more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy. Join the AI revolution. Contact Veritone today.
And in this session, I would like to discuss how Veritone optimizes the grid using predictive AI and intelligent control. Veritone's objective is to make green energy production more predictable, more reliable, and more cost-effective for grid operators. And from our perspective, and my perspective, talking to various utility companies and working with them, like we see that there's a perfect storm brewing in the energy industry. Like today, grid operators are struggling to integrate renewable energy and storage into their legacy infrastructure. And most of this infrastructure is like, 60, 80 years old. While at the same time, you have demand for energy and consumption of energy is rapidly increasing every single year. And this leads to like more brownouts in terms of like hardware blowing up on the energy grids. I think in the last 10 years has been about $8 billion lost in the US alone, just on infrastructure with things going wrong with the integration of renewable energy resources. And we're also seeing kind of blackouts as well. And especially where I'm based, which is in California, we're kind of starting to get used to that. So our mission, like Veritone's mission, as a leading provider of AI-based energy solutions, is to assist grid operators to reliably and cost-effectively transition to green energy. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the landscape. I like to kind of talk about this in like a story, since I'm Irish and we like to tell stories. So this is a bit of a story. So when we look at the current landscape today, there's about 4 factors that are like impacting the landscape. First one is like decarbonization. That's like an easy one. We all want to get a greener footprint in our societies. The next one is like decentralization. And this is, today, like renewable energy resources, they're not centralized. They're very much distributed because they need to be in places where they can be positively impacted by the elements. For example, solar panels need to be where the sun is shining. Wind turbines need to be somewhere where the wind is blowing all the time. So there is a decentralization of energy resources. And then we have like democratization. And that really means like anyone today can be a virtual power plant. It is not just utilities anymore that are generating energy. You can have a solar panel on your roof. You can have a Tesla battery, for example, in your garage, and then you can generate and you can store energy and you can sell that energy back to the grid. And this is like, made things a lot more complex and a lot harder to manage, which is why you need more digitization. Distributed energy resources, two-way power require like advanced AI technology solutions. And when you look at like the grid of yesterday, it was extremely simple. I mean, you had one-way power, you had your coal or gas plant, like, you know, centrally located to your city. You would flip the switch, the coal would start burning, and the lights would come on in your house. Very, very simple. But the downside to that is like it was very expensive because it was very manual to actually run. It is also, as we know, it's environmentally unfriendly, and because of limited availability means it is not sustainable. Fast forward to the kind of electrical grid of today. And here you see it's gotten a lot more complex. You now have distributed energy resources in terms of, you know, adding solar, adding hydro, adding wind. You now have battery storage. You also have microgrids. On the consumption side, there's more electricity being used, like electric vehicles. You have smart homes. You have smart cities. But the pros of adding renewable energy is that it's clean, it's cheaper than fossil fuel. It's also digitized and also democratized. But the cons is like, you know, it's more complex, it is decentralized, and then it becomes like unreliable. And that one word, reliability, is almost like the North Star for our utility companies. They want to have reliability such that when you come home at the end of any day or you go into work, that you have electricity to power all your appliances. So we did just dropping down a little bit deeper into like some of these problems, you know, in terms of green energy and what the problems are associated. The grid has like a new set of problems as you integrate green energy. Number one, it's not predictable. You know, the solar needs the sun to shine. Once it stops like sun shining or cloud cover comes over, you then do not have energy. And the same with wind, and the same with hydro. So it needs to become more predictable. It also trying to integrate distributed energy resources into an actual grid. If you're doing it into a legacy grid infrastructure, it becomes complicated because the legacy grid infrastructure was set up for like one-way power. Now we have distributed energy resources, you know, in different places, and they're trying to go through the existing legacy infrastructure, which can cause congestion. And congestion leads to curtailment and also energy dumping, which that means the utility companies are losing money, and you may not get the energy when you actually need it because it's congested at a substation somewhere. Then you also have like burnouts and blackouts, you know, and this can happen if your distributed energy resources, your green energy, is not being operated effectively and optimally. For example, you know, if cloud cover moves off of a solar panel, for example, and the sun hits it like really hard, and a spike of energy comes down the transmission line, it can blow up like inverters or transformers, or impact like substations or storage batteries. So it needs to be very effectively managed. And another problem is like renewable energy resources have become cheaper, you know, especially solar panels. And now we have a lot of independent operators who they have access to solar, they have access to battery storage, and they want to be able to sell that back to the utilities at the best price. And they need like, you know, advanced high-speed arbitrage solutions to be able to do that, and there's just not a lot of them on the actual market. So now we're going to take a look at Veritone's AI-based energy solutions. So who do we deliver or who solve problems to? So we solve problems for utility companies and who definitely need to like optimize grid operations for reliability and cost. We solve problems for the equipment providers who need intelligent predictive device controllers for their inverters, capacitors, transformers. We solve problems for the storage providers who are concerned with optimal dispatch, scheduling, and effective battery management. Because if you think about it, like a lithium battery is actually an explosive device. And then you have independent operators who we just spoke about, who need wholesale arbitrage solutions so that they can actually trade energy on the exchanges in real time. So at a high level, we've broken down the Veritone energy components here. We have like 5 kind of components or high-level components, and we have more than 20 patents issued against these energy components, and about 10 more patents are actually pending. So the first one on the left-hand side is our forecaster, and this allows us to predict. And we are able to predict like demand, we're able to predict generation, we're able to predict pricing across all types of energy generators. We can also, we have a controller, which is an intelligent controller, which helps manage all of the devices on the grid effectively, and also synchronize all of the devices together as well. We have the Veritone Optimizer, which allows us to deploy various strategies onto the grid, which I'll talk a little bit about later. Because really, once you can forecast, once you can control and synchronize, then you can optimize to your heart's content. And we also have like the Veritone Arbitrage solution, and this is for the independent operators who are producing and selling energy back to the grid itself. And then lastly, we have our Veritone Simulator, which we highly recommend in terms of engagements with software companies. Our simulator allows you to actually try the software and be able to view outcomes before you actually deploy it on your grid environment. Let's double click down on a number of these. So first one here is our forecaster. So our forecaster helps to predict demand, capacity, and even price at a kilowatt hour level. Like we can predict like 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 week, 1 month in advance, which allows both our software and the actual grid operators to plan in advance. So how do we do this? I mean, to predict, we build models like AI models using historical data and real-time data. So we will build like a model of nodes, which is demand. We will build a model of capacity, also build a model of pricing. We can also build a model of the city that you're actually servicing as well. And we use different forecast models. We probably use about 6 different AI forecast models at any one time. And we always pick the best performing model, because this eliminates like model drift over time, especially when you're using the same type of data set. All of our AI models are, they use kind of auto training and adaptation learning, so they get better over time as they start using the data. And just to give you like an example of something that we're able to predict, like, you know, probably one of the most common renewable energy or green energy sources is solar power. And solar power like produces radiation and our kind of solar power. And we're able to kind of predict that out in advance in terms of how much is going to be generated, you know, 1 hour, 1 month, or 1 week in advance. And the way we do it is we will ingest weather data into our software. It could be from ClimateCell, AccuWeather, IBM weather data, or even infrared cameras that we have based directly over the solar panel. And we take a reading of that weather forecast as it sits directly over the solar panel arrays, just using a longitude and latitude of the specific location of the solar arrays. We then like combine both the weather predictions and the solar panel capacity and performance into our algorithm, such then that we can then predict in terms of time intervals out how much solar power is going to be generated. And when we think about like, you know, what we're predicting, we're looking at the weather that is like 50 miles out, you know, 30 miles out, 20 miles out, and that equates like different time horizons. And once you're able to kind of predict when you're going to start, you know, generating power from the solar panels, you can then prepare the rest of your grid infrastructure. So your inverters are able to, they're warmed up and they're able to ready to actually accept that power. Your battery's able to accept that power without them like, you know, burning out, which kind of happens a lot we're seeing. And some of these inverters are like $1 million, $2 million each. A storage battery can be like $15 million. So you don't want to kind of mess with that. And then we move to like our predictive controller. So in addition like to building, excuse me, forecast models, we also build AI models for all of the devices that sit on the grid. And that includes your inverters, transformers, capacitors, solar panels, and batteries. And these predictive device controllers, we then integrate them into our smart edge software controls. And our controller incorporates two things. It incorporates forecasts that we just spoke about. And forecast could be, I forecast demand at this level. I forecast, solar panel generation. I forecast price. And then we combine that with rules of industry rules and regulations. So your NERC and FERC rules. Also, rules around the device that you're trying to control, which would be warranty rules and also operating parameters of the actual device itself. And of course, like regulatory compliance. And this allows our smart controllers to make autonomous decisions like in real time. For example, whether to like ramp up an inverter to kind of ramp up or ramp down, its production. And our AI like decision system is distributed. It is not centralized. And so we use a Hamiltonian approach for our AI decision making, which allows our controllers to make autonomous decisions at the edge. And we also use like what's called like active synchronization, for dynamic systems, where all of the devices that are on the actual grid under our control, they're synchronized with each other, and they're also synchronized with the grid. So our controllers know at any one time the state of what every other device is, and also the state of the grid, so it can make much better decisions over time. The next one is our optimizer. This is the cool one. So, once you, as I said kind of earlier, once you're able to forecast, once you're able to control, once you're able to synchronize, then you can deploy like optimization strategies. And we can like optimize the grid for, energy, what I call kind of energy quality, which is like you're looking at VAR control, you're looking at frequency regulation, solar smoothing, especially on frequency regulation. All of our grids in the US, they run at kind of, 60 hertz. I think in Europe, it's at 50 hertz. And if you're not producing kind of power at the same level as the grid, which is 60 hertz, and you're pumping in, say, something that's at like 55 hertz, for the US, then the appliances in someone's home is just not going to work. So we have to kind of make sure that kind of works like at all time, and we will optimize for that. We also optimize for cost, we can optimize for compliance, we can optimize for usage. So in the picture here, like you can optimize for what I call optimal economic usage. So, if you know the price of your kilowatt hour, and what is generating at any one time, you can say, okay, I want to use the best cost strategy, which means I may take 40% of my solar, I'm going to take 25% of my wind, and about 35% of actual storage. And then, like, to avoid congestion, we can route that energy, with an optimal path algorithm to get to the substation that it needs to get at, which again avoids congestion and avoids kind of energy dumping. So optimization strategies are pretty cool to work with and deploy. And this is where the grids and utilities get a lot of cost savings from our software, and also they increase reliability to their end customers. Our next one here is the arbitrage in software. Like for those people who are into wholesale selling of kind of bulk energy to the exchanges, especially those in the US. We're currently working with a company on the ERCOT exchange in Texas. This is going to be kind of very interesting to you. So, like, in my opinion, I've been talking to a lot of different independent operators. Their feedback is that, like, current arbitrage solutions lack the ability to fuse risk, to fuse like dispatch and demand with market and weather uncertainty, like in real time. And we're able to solve for this. Our arbitrage solution was originally developed for high-speed trading in banks, and we originally sold this to, I think, like Citigroup. And since then, we have transformed this into be able to do arbitrage for energy. And our arbitrage solution is completely automated and is very autonomous. And it is based on like short-term risk forecasting and optimized dispatch decision-making. And we have a lot of interest in this software from the independent operators, which are springing up like now all over the place because of the democratization of energy. And lastly, here we have our simulator. So again, like I spoke about this earlier, we recommend like definitely using a simulator that allows you, it just reduces your overall risk of an engagement. It minimizes cost, achieves faster outcomes. Our simulator like incorporates all of our AI energy solution modules like forecaster, controller, optimizer, even synchronization. And we also do optimal economic dispatch as well. And you can determine outcomes like once it is provided with sensory data. And we don't need a huge amount of data to actually create a model and show someone like what potential outcomes could actually be. Now we're just going to get into deployment, which is one slide, and it's the last slide. And a lot of people ask us, and especially government people who we deal with, the Department of Energy, or you have utility companies want to know how they can deploy it. Some have security regulations that we have to adhere to. So we can deploy our software energy solutions in the cloud, or we can do them 100% on premise. We can do a hybrid of those approach. Our software will, it'll run in AWS cloud, also in Azure, and we are FedRAMP certified as well, which allows us to work with the Department of Energy across multiple of the Army and Air Force bases today. Thank you all.
Hello, and welcome to the Smart Energy Week presentation, Sunny Days Ahead, LG's key takeaways on pivoting during the pandemic. My name is Brian Lynch, and I am the Director of Sales for LG's North American energy business. For brief background, I've been in the renewables industry for about 15 years, and I have to say, the only constant in solar is change, and 2020 has been a level of change that was shocking even to me. What we've learned during the last year is that businesses that are functioning on a day-to-day basis on normal operations, you don't really get a good sense of how good those businesses are. It's when you test those businesses, when you stress them, and you see how they respond during a crisis, that's when you really get a sense of how strong a company is and how good a team is. I hope to never repeat 2020 in any way, but at the end of the day, we learned a lot. LG's businesses evolved, as I'm sure many of yours did during the pandemic. Six to 9 months, and how your businesses have evolved in a post-COVID environment. For brief background, I'm sure you know who LG is. Outside the solar industry, we're known for our beautiful OLED TVs, our stunning home appliances. In fact, you might be watching this on an LG phone right now. Within the solar industry, we have 2.5 gigawatts of integrated cell and module manufacturing capacity spread across 2 campuses in South Korea and Huntsville, Alabama. The Huntsville factory has 550 megawatts nameplate capacity and was opened in early 2019. We're number 2 in residential market share according to Wood Mackenzie, and we're typically top 5 for commercial industrial. LG modules are used where efficiency matters and low degradation is important. Our product portfolio spans the N-type or TOPCon, as well as IBC product types, and we can be used in any application, utility, residential, or commercial, but where you get most value for LG solar products is where efficiency matters. Outside of solar, LG's corporate response to the COVID crisis was really to focus on the health, safety, and well-being of employees, partners, and communities that we served. We adopted what we call the new way of working, which of course manifested itself with remote working. The factories integrated staggered shifts to facilitate social distancing where possible. And the top-down direction was really to exceed customer expectations in the new normal, which meant to be a flexible, good partner for our customers. On the community support side, we donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to COVID relief. We provided PPE and little things like providing our version of the iPad, what we call the GPAD, the New York Housing Authority, so seniors just could stay connected to friends and family that couldn't visit in person. We tried to be a good corporate citizen as we navigated this new world. It's probably the understatement of the year to say that there were tremendous market impacts in the solar industry related to COVID-19. The commercial and industrial sector, as well as utility sector, through Q2 and even into the summer, was able to sustain itself. Projects obviously slowed down. Labor was an issue. Permits were difficult to get. But at the end of the day, those projects were already set in motion early enough that they could continue relatively unimpeded. It was the residential sector that saw an abrupt stop and a deep decline in late March, early April. That's reflected in the top 2 charts on this slide. This is data that was pulled from OHM's permit tracking data. Permits are not a perfect indicator of market activity, but they do show, with the benefit of hindsight, what we saw in key solar markets like California and New York. New York obviously saw a complete shutdown. They were one of the states that was hit hardest and earliest. California saw more sporadic shutdowns. California, as we know, deemed solar to be an essential business, so things could still move, trucks could get on the road, but there was still a deep decline. The need for electronic permitting was really highlighted during this period, and we certainly support the efforts of the group that's pushing for that as a broad adoption. Interestingly, southern states really didn't see as much of a sustained downturn as the coastal states, and I think this is more due to the political desire in those states to keep those economies moving. But we saw really frenetic activity. As cases spiked in markets like Arizona and Texas, we saw people rushing to pull permits so that if the markets did shut down, they'd be ready to go when the markets opened back up again. The bottom two charts on the right side of the slide show consumer confidence and unemployment. Obviously, as the economy was hitting a tailspin during Q2, consumer confidence plummeted. From a solar perspective, I remember thinking, who's going to spend $25,000, $30,000 on a payback that's 5+ years when they don't know if they're going to have their job next month? People need mobility, which is really one of the hardest things about solar, is the time it takes to pay it back. But interestingly, we saw something appear pretty early in the pandemic. People kept investing in their homes. If you could go to Home Depot, you saw that things like plywood, paint, tools, supplies, they were in short supply. And we started to see this in solar as well. The more time people spent at home, the more they realized that they needed to invest in their home. And solar really represents a great opportunity for them to place their money in a safe investment in a period of just deep uncertainty. Like every business, we had to spend time at the onset of COVID revising business plans, which generally means that marketing budgets are the first things to be slashed. LG decided that instead of just arbitrarily slashing marketing budgets, we were going to invest in a really fresh set of consumer data via Harris poll to make sure that our marketing spend was optimized, that it was high impact. Because what we were seeing at the beginning of Q2, as the markets were shutting down and slowing down, and we were all worried about the toilet paper crisis, is that our website traffic for the solar pages was spiking 347% year over year. Requests for quotes were almost 100% up year over year. What we learned from the first Harris set of data is that consumers were now more apt to consider solar because it represented safety, security, and resilience. This was a fascinating finding. But when we talked to our installer partners, they weren't really signing deals. And what we learned is that there was a lot of quote shopping. People had time on their hands. They were sitting at home thinking about how they were going to invest in their home, but they weren't signing deals. And this was probably due to all the uncertainty that we experienced as a nation at the beginning of Q2. Were you going to keep your job? Did you need the mobility? Was placing $25,000 in the form of an investment on your roof a good use of your money? The other thing that happened as an industry, we had to pivot to remote selling. As an industry that has relied on kitchen table closes, this was a new thing, and a lot of people struggled with it at first. So the key task for LG was, how do we translate all this interest in this consumer demand into high close rates? LG Solar Business's tactical response to COVID started first and foremost with health and safety of employees and partners. So we wanted to make sure that when markets opened back up, our installer partners didn't have to worry about equipping their employees with personal protective equipment or PPE. So we shipped face masks to every customer that wanted one. The next thing we did is we understood that companies, our partners, had high operating expenses that they were not able to offset with closed deals. And so we set up a partnership with Open Solar to provide free access to an online quoting platform credit. We were trying to pull that earlier into the year, into Q2 and early Q3, so our installation partners had a good backlog when their markets opened up. We pivoted all of our marketing message. We learned through Harris that people were exploring solar for the reasons of safety, security, and resiliency. And so we amplified that messaging through the work that we did through our social media outreach, our blogs, and our advertising content. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper now into the work that LG did with Harris. The engagement was spread into two parts. The first was 2 focus groups, which then informed questions for an online survey that was responded to by over 2,000 consumers who had either entered the solar purchasing process, so they were an active buyer, or had adopted solar within the prior 2 years. The goal of this research was to really understand the consumer buying behavior. Why were they going solar? Why did they go solar? Look for trends so we could better optimize how we communicate with those customers. Although we don't have data from pre-pandemic that we can baseline this off of, it was interesting to find that consumers during Q2, which is when we ran these surveys, said that upfront price was not the most important reason that they purchased solar. Quality was number 1, efficiency was number 2, and installer recommendation was number 3. Upfront price was number 4. Obviously, price is important. We know that price is the number 1 reason why people don't move with solar. But when people do purchase solar, they care more about quality than they do price. The other interesting thing is warranty was 5 at only 8%. Yet when we surveyed customers who had not yet adopted solar, the warranty structure was the single most important thing for them. And through a discrete cost modeling tool, or DCM, it's where they indicated they were willing to pay the most. So key takeaway, as an industry, I think we've been very reluctant to talk about warranties in the sales process because it introduces the concept of failure. But what we learned from this consumer research is consumers deeply care about the warranty structure. They care about the bankability of the company that's underwriting the warranty, and they want to believe that what they're buying is high quality and will be backed with a strong warranty for the 25-year life of the system. So how did Harris quantify the warranty structure premium? Again, through this DCM, we presented consumers or survey respondents with 3 choices. It was almost ABC testing. And we did 3 common industry types of warranties. One is a 10-year warranty, 0.7% degradation, very standard solar module warranty. The second is a middle-of-the-road warranty, 20-year product guarantee at a 0.55% annual degradation. Then the third is what we call a triple 25-year labor reimbursement, 25-year product guarantee, and a low degradation rate of 0.33%. And that one, although it did not say LG, it was modeled off the LG warranty. And what we learned is that consumers were willing to pay, on average, a 61 cent per watt premium for that triple 25 warranty structure. Now, 2 key takeaways here. In a time of deep economic uncertainty, people were willing to pay more for what they perceived to be a premium system because they wanted to buy quality. This goes back to that high-level consumer data we found that people were going solar for safety, security, resiliency. The warranty is the single largest manifestation of that, and consumers were willing to put their money behind that thought and that desire. The other interesting thing is, again, the industry doesn't really present the warranty structure in the sales process or introduce it as a way to drive a premium cohesively. People certainly do it as a one-off, but again, this represents, in our opinion, the single largest opportunity for solar installers to separate themselves from their competitors by talking about the quality of the product that they're installing. Because consumers, when presented the information, are willing to sign a check above an industry basic warranty and product. As an industry, we talk about bankability usually through the context of the Bloomberg Tier 1 list, but consumers are thinking about bankability in regards to their investment in solar. So we asked customers, to what extent do you agree or disagree with the following statements? And we provided 5 kind of key solar sales points. For a long-term investment, I wonder the company will be around in 20 years was rated just as high as they wanted the solar system to offset as much as their utility bill as possible. Again, this is reinforcing that warranty really matters, but it's not just the warranty structure, it's the consumer's confidence that the company that's underwriting and backing that warranty is going to be around to support that warranty. For name brand companies that consumers have high familiarity with, obviously this really reduces friction for you to have to sell who the company is and what their financial strength is. The broadest pivot that LG made in our consumer-facing marketing material is that we stopped talking about solar as a cost, and we started talking about solar as an investment. This really shined through in some of the focus groups we did, and obviously it's quantified in the online research, but really customers view solar as a 20+ year investment, and they are going to get a return on that investment. Even if they don't understand the financial structures behind solar, they understand that buying solar today is effectively pre-buying their power. And they know that's a good thing because it hedges against buying power from the utility. Now, of course, there's consumers that are contrarians and they do things different than everyone else. But the single most impactful data point here is that 70% of consumers are willing to pay more and get a longer payback if they get higher total savings. Now, of course, there's the 30% that are price sensitive, but the vast majority of customers will pay a premium for a better system that yields more power and better savings in the long run. If I had to distill all of the key takeaways we got from the Harris poll data, which there were numerous ones, is that there's 3 points of friction in residential solar sales. The customer has to select the right technology, the right contractor, and the right financing. And we know that the average solar customer talks to 3 different companies before they sign. And all 3 of those companies are pitching different things that contradict what the other person's telling them. And this paralyzes customers. But when you can break through at least one of those barriers for adoption, you can focus on the other 2, which means that you have a higher likelihood of getting the customer to sign the dotted line. With high quality products and technology, you effectively break through that barrier if you can sell it. The customer doesn't need to know the boron doping of a cell to believe that the technology is a good investment. They just have to align with the message that it's a quality product that will work reliably for the life of the system. And that's much easier done when it's provided by a company that they know and trust and have a strong affinity for. LG Solar's single greatest pivot during the pandemic was the launching of the Solar Concierge program. So after we collected all this phenomenal data from Harris, we of course disseminated this through our installer network, through webinars and key information, and we revised our marketing programs. What we learned is consumers have such a high affinity for LG that they wanted to purchase an LG solar array through an LG branded experience. And so what we did is we created a captive sales channel through an LG branded consumer facing online portal, which really allowed us to test this idea of remote selling and what was working and what wasn't working in real time so we could better inform our partners. The Concierge has been a successful program. We provide signed contracts to our installer network on pricing that they provide to us in the back end. There's no bidding for work. There's no quoting for work. It's fully automated. And we have seen a tremendous uptick in success and much higher consumer satisfaction with this process. The key takeaway here is remote selling does work, but the way that you're communicating and talking to your customers over the kitchen table obviously has to change. The sales scripts that worked in 2019 need to be adapted for 2020 and really focus on why consumers are going through the solar purchasing journey. Is it for that resiliency and safety that they view in solar? Is it investing in their home? It's different for every customer interaction. And this is where the discovery process is really important, and then sell to what the customer wants to buy, as long as you're offering a technology or service that aligns with that. Key takeaways for 2020 and pivoting during a pandemic for LG. On a personal level, I hope to never repeat 2020, but it was a good opportunity for us to evaluate everything: marketing, sales, processes, and procedures. It was deeply uncomfortable at times, but I believe that we've emerged from this as a stronger, leaner, better company to satisfy what the customer wants from us. We were data-driven, which is really important. We have deep intuition. We've all been at this for a while, but you have to let the data inform the way the consumer mindset is changing and be flexible and adapt to it. And at the end, solar is a deeply resilient industry. We will continue to grow, we'll continue to be successful, and because of that, you and your business are resilient. Stay strong, keep your head up. I know it's difficult some days, but we will get through this better and stronger together. Thanks for joining this session. I hope you found it valuable. I welcome your feedback. Please do reach out. And remember, there's sunny days ahead.
Hi, I'm Rick O'Connell, the Executive Director of Grid Lab. And today I'm going to be talking about the 2035 report that Grid Lab and our partners released earlier this year. It's about how the United States can reach 90% carbon-free power by 2035 without raising customer bills from today's prices. I'm going to be going into depth in this and introducing the report, so thanks for coming along. So this report was a group effort. The prime contractor was the UC Berkeley Goldman School of Public Policy, also my organization, Grid Lab, along with support from Climate Nexus. And then the policy recommendations were developed by Energy Innovation. So today I'm going to be just covering the technical and economic feasibility of getting to 90% carbon-free by 2035. If you're interested in the policy recommendations of what policies we'll need to get there, then I highly recommend you go to 2035report.com, where you can download the full policy paper. You can download short summaries for different policymakers. You can also obviously download the full 2035 report, the appendices, and we have a really data-rich data explorer, which allows you to look at different regions of the country and look at different assumptions, different scenarios. So highly recommend you check out the website, 2035report.com. So why did we do this? Why did we do this report? So, the electric sector is a major contributor to greenhouse gas, and we need to clean up our economy, the electric sector being a large portion of that. And we also felt like while there's amazing progress on the policy side, many states now have incredible 100% targets, there was a lot of focus and worry about how we were going to get to 100%, and a lot of focus on pretty far in the out years, so 2040, 2045, 2050. And while we're standing here at 2020, we were really interested in what we could do in the near term, so in the next 10 to 15 years, where we could really deploy the technology that has come dramatically down in cost, wind, solar, and battery storage, and see how far we could get with that technology in a short period of time. One of the other reasons we wanted to do this study, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, was that the costs have come down so quickly and so fast that even if you did studies or reports just a couple of years ago, they were using cost trajectories that were pretty out of date by the time the report was published. So we really wanted to do up-to-date costs. And we wanted to see what we could do in a near term. So let's talk some more about this. So what I'm showing on this slide is the National Renewable Energy's Annual Technology Baseline, or ATB. Now this is a forecast of what technology cost and performance is going to be. This is really the benchmark forecast. It came out a few years ago, and it's revised annually. And what we're showing here, these green lines, is that just 5 years ago, the Annual Technology Baseline 2015, for example, the cost of wind energy was projected out to 2050. We're already at that, was going to get down to $30 a megawatt hour by 2050. We're already past that in today. So we're already 5 years ago forecast. We basically are just moving a lot faster than the forecasts. Same story on solar, even more dramatic costs. So just a couple of years ago, just even in 2016, we're forecasting costs were going to come down. Many of those costs we've already passed. So these aggressive cost declines are one of the reasons why we really wanted to look and sort of update the work, a lot of the prior work that has been done, to making sure that we were taking advantage of the current cost declines. And I think what's also really important is, so we used the 2019 version of the NREL cost forecasts. The 2020 version has since come out and kind of validated our approach. But what's really important is the cost declines that really matter have already happened. So our study didn't assume that there was doesn't really rely on cost declines happening in the future. That really the low costs that we've been looking for and we've been waiting for on these technologies, wind, solar, and battery storage, have mostly already happened. And so the difference between a high cost future and a low cost future is now pretty small, because most of the costs have already come out. And so I think these pictures do a good job of showing that for wind, solar, and battery storage, that really it doesn't matter that much. We're not banking or relying on future cost declines, that most of the cost declines have already arrived. And that's really important, because I think it makes the viability of deploying large amounts of wind and solar much more feasible than it used to in the past. So what did we do? Well, we did a robust modeling exercise. We used NREL's READS model that was recently made available to the public. So this is the National Renewable Energy sort of flagship, what we call a capacity expansion model, or a model that looks out to the future. The DOE Energy Information Agency does this every year in what they call their annual energy outlook. So we use sort of robust, well-vetted tools to look out into the future. And we did two primary scenarios. So the one you're seeing on the right is what we call a no new policy scenario. So that's all the policies that are currently in place around the states and federal policies. And here you can see it's kind of what you would call maybe a business as usual. So you can see kind of above the thick line, nuclear, hydro, and then the two greens, dark green for wind, light green for solar. Those carbon-free technologies increase from about 35, 36% today to about 50% in 2035. So pretty modest increase under a no new policy case. And on the left hand, what we did is we instituted a 90% clean policy. So we basically just told the model is you need to have 90% carbon-free power by 2035. You know, just so you know, we did look at other scenarios. We looked at 80%, we looked at 2030, and we really settled on 90% by 2035 as the most reasonable target for carbon-free. So in the 90% clean case, we retire all the coal in the country. So there's about 200 gigawatts of coal currently in the country. The gas generation ramps down, but we keep most of the gas capacity. We keep most of the nuclear and hydro capacity, and we add a lot of solar and wind, as you can see. We also, of course, have hydro, geothermal, biopower. Those generally stay about the same. So you can see that there's a real difference here between sort of a 50% future without policy and a 90% policy. And people ask us, they say, well, why do you need policy? And I think this slide shows it well. If the cost of wind and solar have really come down so low, why do we need to enact a policy? I think it's very clear because gas is still incredibly cheap. The gas infrastructure is already built. So we still need policy to get to this clean future, despite the very low costs of wind and solar. So then the next thing people ask us is, well, what about reliability? How is the system going to work? Is the system going to be dependable? Can we rely on it? That's a lot of wind and solar that you're adding, 90% clean. How does that work? And then just to be clear, by 2035, we're going to have 90% carbon free. About 20% of that is what we would call firm low carbon. So that's hydro, nuclear, biopower, geothermal. 70% is wind and solar with some significant battery support. And then 10% is gas. And what I think we're doing here is we're keeping most of the gas fleet online and using it for the times when wind and solar generation are low. So what we did is after we ran NREL reads to get our system to a 90% carbon-free system by 2035, we then ran it through Plexos, which is another industry standard production cost model. And we ran it for 7 different weather years. So we really stress tested the system to make sure that the system can run during those difficult weeks when you have hot weather, you have cold weather, you have long periods of time with low sun, low wind. And so you can see here a dispatch from a particular week in August. And you can see we still have a lot of gas dispatching. So even though we have a lot of gas capacity, it really doesn't run that often, about 10% capacity factors for CTs or combustion turbines, and about 20% capacity factor for combined cycle. And of course, nuclear and hydro continue to run all the time. And then you can see there's quite a bit of battery support. One thing we didn't do is we didn't include a lot of new flexible load or new demand response. We think if we had included that, we could probably back down some of the gas capacity. We're keeping about 400 gigawatts of gas online. So we're retiring about 100 gigawatts of older gas units, but keeping most of the gas system online. Some of that gas runs very infrequently, just 50 hours or less a year. That could probably replace with demand response, but we wanted to do a very conservative approach to say, this is how we could run our system using gas. So this is the result that we're most excited about. And that is that not only can we deploy all of this wind and solar and keep the gas capacity around to use to fill in when needed, but the actual costs are still lower than today's costs. Now, what you're seeing here is that the graph on the right is showing the no new policy overall average wholesale energy cost across the US. So this includes incremental transmission, so new transmission that needs to be built for each case, along with new generation and all the costs associated with wholesale generation. So you can see that the no new policy case is a little bit less than the 90% clean case. But the important thing here is that both cases are still less than today's average wholesale price of about $50 a megawatt hour. And so what that means is that we can decarbonize our grid without raising wholesale prices, which allows us, if we're going to use our grid to decarbonize other sectors like transportation and buildings, it's really important that we don't raise prices for consumers or that the grid doesn't get more expensive. So I think this is a really important finding. Now, of course, if the 90% clean case was less expensive than the no new policy case, that wouldn't make sense, because that means the model would have chosen the wind and solar on its own. It didn't choose it on its own, right? The least cost approach was the kind of no new policy or business as usual. What we're also showing on the left, really important, is if we include environmental costs. So this is a social cost of carbon, as well as the environmental costs of criteria air pollutants like SOx, NOx, PM2.5. You can see here that the no new policy case is quite a bit more expensive. So even though we have the Clean Air Act and other laws that have internalized or priced in some of the costs of that air pollution, we have not done all of it, and especially not for carbon. And so here, if you include the environmental externalities, you can see that the 90% clean case is now quite a bit cheaper than the new policy case. So again, important finding, I think, is just really that the 90% clean case comes in very close to a no new policy case and below today's costs, which is a really important finding. So then the next question is well, can we do this? 90% seems like a big number. That seems like a big shift in just 15 years. A lot of the policies are talking about what, that we need to decarbonize by 2045 or 2050. That's 30 years away. You're talking about just 15 years. Can we do that? Can we scale up? And to put a sense of scale of this, we're essentially talking about by 2035 adding 1,100 gigawatts of wind and solar and about 150 gigawatts of battery storage. Put that in perspective, the current grid total is about 1,100 gigawatts. So we're essentially doubling, we're going to build the grid that took us a century to build in 15 years. Can we do it? Is it reasonable? And it turns out it's actually not as ambitious as you think. So this is about 70 gigawatts of renewable additions per year annually for the next 16 years. And that, a little bit slower in the 2020s, a little bit faster in the 2030s. If you take the sort of peak year of solar, this year we're probably going to install 20 gigawatts of wind. In 2016, I think we installed 16 gigawatts of solar. That's about half. So we really need to actually only do 2x our kind of best pace for renewable additions in the 2020s and about 3x in the 2030s. So that's still aggressive. That's still a lot of renewables. We still need a robust supply chain. We need to think about transmission interconnection. We need to think about permitting. We need to think about land use. But it's not 5x or 10x, our current installed rate. So this is not out of the realm of possibility. It's, we believe, realistic. And so what does this mean for our country, especially given the situation that we're in now with COVID? Well, what it means is a significant shift in employment in the energy sector. So one of the things we thought was really important, so we're going to install 1,100 gigawatts of wind and solar in the next 15 years. That sounds like a lot of construction, a lot of activity, but we are retiring 200 gigawatts of coal and reducing our gas usage by 70%. So we're going to lose some employment. So employment is going to shift from fossil over to clean energy. And we did a jobs analysis, looked in, and turns out that this is going to be 500,000 jobs per year for the next 15 years. to support this a pretty significant infrastructure build out. That's a pretty significant story, and I think one that the industry needs to be talking about is that this level of deployment of infrastructure means significant jobs. And I think it's also the industry and policymakers need to think carefully about making sure that the quality of those new jobs is as high as the jobs that they replace. So again, a great story here in terms of a big net increase in energy sector employment, really important given our current situation with COVID and current recession, that there's a pretty strong employment opportunity that also at the end of the day doesn't drive up prices for consumers. So we're not increasing the cost of energy, which would also would drag down employment. So that's all I have. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen in about the 2035 report. Once again, I urge you to go to 2035report.com where you can download the full report, also the policy report, and you can get, if you're interested in getting into the detailed policy recommendations that Energy Innovation put together, those are available along with shorter briefs. You can actually download these slides, and like I said, there's a data explorer. And so we're really excited about the response that we've gotten from this work, and we're looking forward to digging deeper in on some regional level and looking at some other aspects of this work. And there's contact information as well at 2035report.com if you want to reach out directly to the authors of the report and get more information or follow up. So thank you again for your time and attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this lovely virtual SPI.
Hello, my name is Michael Stavey. In this presentation, I'm going to answer the question, is power to gas ready for prime time on the North American electric and natural gas grids? The gas is either green hydrogen or green methane. By ready for prime time, I mean are power to gas plants ready for commercial development today? Not 5, not 10, not 15 years from now. Since 1990, I've been an advisor on the finances of renewable energy projects. I earned my MBA in '69 at Kellogg, Northwestern's Graduate School of Management. I was a registered CPA, but my certificate is not active right now. My email address is listed right on this slide. In a power to gas plant, a hydrogen electrolyzer first converts solar PV electricity from the electric grid into green hydrogen. Then a Saboteur reactor converts the green hydrogen into green methane, which is then injected into the North American natural gas grid. The green hydrogen has to be converted into green methane because the natural gas grid cannot accept significant quantities, that is, more than 20% of even green hydrogen. This is because hydrogen in a natural gas pipe makes the pipe brittle. Fossil natural gas is over 90% methane, but it is not green methane. Natural gas is methane. This slide shows a power-to-gas plant schematic. As you can see, megawatt hours of PV electricity enter the electrolyzer. The megawatt hour electric energy unit is mathematically converted into the million BTU electric energy unit. The hydrogen electrolyzer produces millions of BTUs of green hydrogen, which leave the electrolyzer and enter the Saboteur reactor. The reactor produces millions of BTUs of green methane, which are then injected into the natural gas grid. The green goal of power-to-gas plants is to replace fossil natural gas with green methane. Green methane is the equivalent of green natural gas. This technology is called power, that is megawatts of electric power to gas, either hydrogen or methane gas. But it's actually PV electric energy, that is megawatt hours of electric energy that are first converted into hydrogen gas and then into methane gas. PV electric power is measured in megawatts. Hydrogen capacity, hydrogen electrolyzer capacity, that is measured in megawatts of power input. PV electric energy is measured in megawatt hours. PV electricity is kinetic energy, while the hydrogen and methane gases are potential energy. This presentation is based on my paper, Is Power to Gas Ready for Prime Time on the North American Grid? A guide for bankers and their engineers. The key feature of my paper is a power to gas levelized cost financial algorithm. I developed my power levelized cost of gas algorithm to first compute the cost of the green hydrogen gas and then the cost of the green methane gas produced in a model power to gas plant. The megawatt hour energy unit is mathematically converted into the million BTU energy unit so that the levelized cost of green hydrogen produced is priced in dollars per million BTUs. My levelized cost algorithm compares the levelized cost of the green hydrogen to the Henry Hub natural gas market price, which is priced in dollars per million BTUs. You can download my paper and its functioning Excel levelized cost financial algorithm worksheet at my website. My website is listed on this slide. My paper and its Excel workbook have financial values in both US dollars for North American readers and in euros for readers in the Eurozone. Once you download my Excel workbook, you can enter your power to gas plant spec values and view the results. I discuss power to gas plant specs and their compilation in my paper. The levelized cost of green hydrogen produced is priced in dollars per million BTUs. Not using relevant hydrogen energy units is still common in articles on the hydrogen economy. For example, in the September 29, 2020 Wall Street Journal article, Hurdles Await Nikola on Technology and Cost, the cost of producing gas is priced in dollars per kilogram. Dollars per kilogram is hydrogen priced as an industrial gas, not as a motor fuel gas. Since this Wall Street Journal article discussed the cost of hydrogen when it is used as a motor vehicle fuel, the hydrogen price should have been dollars per gasoline gallon equivalent. Slide 7. The power to gas plant levelized cost of gas financial algorithm basics. The algorithm is presented in an Excel workbook with the electrolyzer phase and the reactor phase, each having separate worksheets. The algorithm uses project accounting to compute a separate levelized cost of gas for each power to gas plant phase. The levelized cost of hydrogen for the electrolyzer phase and the levelized cost of the methane for the saboteur reactor phase. Both the electrolyzer and the reactor specs and dependent variables are defined using a standard set of SI, System International, and US electric power and energy units. Here are my paper's energy conversion factors. 1 megawatt hour of electricity equals 1 megawatt hour of hydrogen equals 3.4120 million BTUs of electricity, which equals 3.4120 million BTUs of hydrogen. This does not mean that the electrolyzer or the reactor are 100% efficient. Hydrogen's industrial gas is measured in kilograms or nominal cubic meters. Green hydrogen and green methane as substitutes for fossil natural gas should be priced in the same energy units as fossil natural gas. These fossil natural gas energy units are dollars per million BTUs in the United States and in euros per kilowatt hour in most countries in the Eurozone. Yes, in most countries, most European countries, residential natural gas is priced in euros per kilowatt hour, while industrial natural gas is priced in euros per megawatt hour. Slide 9, the hydrogen electrolyzer basics. The electrolyzer equation is that 2 molecules of water plus PV electricity equals 2 molecules of hydrogen plus 1 molecule of oxygen. In the electrolyzer production of hydrogen, megawatt hours of PV electricity from the grid force water to separate into hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen comes out of the electrolyzer and goes into the reactor. The electrolyzers are in serial production, but no electrolyzer technology is financially mature. To compute the levelized cost of hydrogen gas, my algorithm's electrolyzer phase worksheets requires 10 hydrogen electrolyzer specs, the algorithm's independent variables. My paper discusses in detail each spec and its value. The electrolyzer worksheet computes 20 dependent variables, including the levelized cost of hydrogen and the difference between the levelized cost of hydrogen and the Henry Hub natural gas price. My paper discusses in detail each dependent value and its mathematical computation. My paper does not present a database of power-to-gas plant specs. The goal of my paper is not the presentation of a public database of power-to-gas plant specs for use by bankers and their engineers. I have the much more modest goal of presenting 1, a recognized standard levelized cost methodology, 2, a model power-to-gas plant, 3, 10 realistically compiled base case specs, 4, an accurate back-of-the-envelope power-to-gas plant levelized cost of gas financial algorithm. My paper explains how to compile a set of power-to-gas plant specs. The saboteur reactor basics. In the reactor's production of green methane, millions of BTUs of green hydrogen go into the reactor and millions of BTUs of green methane come out of the reactor. Unlike hydrogen electrolyzers, wind turbines, and PV panels, saboteur reactors are not yet in serial production. The reactors are also not yet financially mature. The reactor equation is that 1 molecule of carbon dioxide plus 4 molecules of hydrogen plus PV electricity equals 1 molecule of methane plus 2 molecules of water. For the reactor methane to be green, the CO2 must also come from a green source. Atmospheric CO2 would be one such green source. The Excel hydrogen electrolyzer worksheet. The next 2 slides show the actual Excel hydrolyzer worksheet with the 10 electrolyzer specs in bold. The 10 specs are numbered. The 20 dependent variables are numbered using letters. The levelized cost algorithm is based on a financial annuity with one constant or level payment. This is why it's called the levelized cost method. My paper discusses the levelized cost method in more detail. I will start to discuss the electrolyzer specs on this slide. I will continue my discussion of the electrolyzer worksheet on my 2 electrolyzer worksheet slides. Spec 1 is electrolyzer efficiency. I set it at 70 degrees. On your copy of my Excel electrolyzer worksheet, you can enter your own 10 spec values, including efficiency. Spec 2 is the hours per day that the electrolyzer operates. I set it at 20 hours. Spec 3 is the electrolyzer power input. I set it at 300 megawatts. Slide 13, the first Excel electrolyzer worksheet slide. Spec 4 is the electrolyzer CapEx. I set it at $575,000 per megawatt, which is about 500 euros per kilowatt. Line E, total CapEx is $171,900,000. This is computed by multiplying Spec 3 times Spec 4. Spec 5 is the cost of PV electricity to be converted into green hydrogen. I set it as $40 a megawatt hour, which is 4 cents a kilowatt hour. On line F, the dependent variable, $40 a megawatt hour, is converted into $11.72 per million BTUs. I will now start to talk about the electrolyzer specs that are on the second electrolyzer worksheet. Specs 6 and 7 are the electrolyzer fixed and variable operating and maintenance costs. You can study the math on my paper. Spec 8 is the electrolyzer life. I set it at 20 years. Spec 9 is the weighted average cost of capital to finance the electrolyzer. I set it at 6%. Spec 10 is the Henry Hub natural gas spot price. I set it at $1.85 per million BTUs. Slide 14, the second electrolyzer worksheet slide. My levelized cost algorithm is based on a financial annuity. Line K is the capital amortization factor. It is computed to be 8.72 cents. This 8.72 cents is the end of the year annual payment computed for a financial annuity having $1 as the principal amount borrowed, a loan period of 20 years, which is Spec 8, and an interest rate of 6%, which is Spec 9. Line E, the total electrolyzer CapEx, is the principal amount borrowed. Line E is multiplied by line K, the capital amortization factor, to compute the levelized, line L, the annual CapEx amortization, which is $14,986,000 a year. The compilation of line Q, the levelized cost of the green hydrogen, is done on a per million BTU basis. Line N, the annual capital amortization per million BTUs, is line L, the $14,987,000 per year, divided by line D, the millions BTUs of hydrogen produced by the electrolyzer each year. The math involved in the levelized cost of hydrogen calculation is explained in my paper. I will now answer the question, are power to gas plants ready for prime time? My answer is no. This is based on the fact that my hydrogen electro worksheet computes the levelized cost of green hydrogen to be $21.60 per million BTUs. On May 15th, 2020, the U.S. Energy Information Administration reported that the Henry Hub natural gas spot price was only $1.85 per million BTUs. Currently, power to gas plant green hydrogen cannot compete with the price of Henry Hub natural gas. The levelized cost of hydrogen is 91% greater than the Henry Hub natural gas price. This is even before the green hydrogen is converted at an extra cost by the Saboteur reactor into green methane. For this reason, there's no need to present a reactor worksheet. Suggestions for improving the electrolyzer. To make the levelized cost of hydrogen competitive with the Henry Hub natural gas price requires that the electrolyzer efficiency be increased. The electrolyzer efficiency was set at 70%, but this is very optimistic. It's a high value. The electrolyzer capex must be reduced. On the worksheet, it is set as $575,000 per megawatt, but this is a very optimistically low value. The cost of the PV electricity to be used to fuel the electrolyzer must be reduced. On the worksheet, it is set at $40 a megawatt hour. This is realistic for PV electricity in 2020, but for green hydrogen to compete with the Henry Hub natural gas price, the PV electric price must still be lower. The Henry Hub natural gas price could be increased by a carbon tax. A carbon tax is beyond the scope of my presentation. The power to gas plant pro forma financial statements. With my back of the envelope levelized cost of gas calculation, bankers can develop their power to gas pro forma income, balance sheet, and cash flow statements after their engineers confirm the power to gas plant specs and verify the power to gas plant technology. Note that I'm assigning the engineers to confirm the power to gas plant specs and the power to gas plant technology. I am working on a paper to reconcile the levelized cost calculations with GAAP income, balance sheet, and cash flow statements. In the future, I hope to publish these results. Thank you for your attention. Your questions and comments are welcome. Contact me at my email address that is listed on this last slide. Again, my name is Michael Stavey, and I've been an advisor on the finances of renewable energy projects since 1990. Power to gas is currently not ready for prime time, but in 2025, that is in 5 years, in 2030, in 10 years, or in 2035 and 15 years, who knows? For a green planet, I hope so.
Hello, welcome to this virtual session of Solar Power International 2020. Today, we're going to talk about the best practices in bankable energy yields, an independent engineer's perspective. This is Sean Shaw, Global Head of Solar and Energy Storage for Natural Power, and really appreciate everyone tuning in and taking some time to listen today. Brief word of introduction about Natural Power. We were founded in 1995 with roots in the UK and have grown to over 400 engineers, analysts, and other experts in wind, solar, storage, and other renewable energy sources. We currently have offices in the US, Ireland, France, and the UK, and work all over the world. Our main work tends to focus on technical advisory, due diligence, and independent engineering for financiers like tax equity providers, lenders, banks, and project sponsors, where we provide due diligence. We've done about 8 gigawatts of solar due diligence over the last couple of years. And particular to this presentation, about 7 gigawatts of energy yield analyses on solar projects, many of those bifacial. We also get involved in design and construction, feasibility and permitting, and even operating some renewable energy assets as well. This gives us a pretty broad perspective. that helps our clients develop, build, and operate better projects. With the sort of global coverage that Natural Power has, we get a chance to do our work all over the world, acting as technical advisors, independent engineer, and consultants on some of the biggest and most exciting solar, wind, and energy storage projects happening. Our clients tend to include some of the top financiers, lenders, and tax equity providers in the business. And as you can see here, our work all over the world last year alone resulted in more than 160 projects and 20.5 gigawatts in 25 countries. So we really try to leverage this broad experience to help our clients develop, build, and operate better projects. And particular to the conversation on energy yield, we've got about 7 gigawatts of solar energy yields completed to date, including many bifacial projects, and that will be the focus for what we're going to talk about next. Solar energy yield is arguably one of the most important parts of any project, especially utility scale projects. The energy yield estimate that is used to achieve financing on projects is highly scrutinized, is something that a lot of experts will weigh in on. You may have multiple engineering groups or other experts involved in a single project trying to steer toward an energy estimate that everyone can agree to. It's definitely one of the areas of the industry that conceptually seems a little bit simple at first, but has a lot of details to it that can make or break a project depending on how they're handled. So let's start with thinking about what's new in the world of energy yield. What kinds of factors are playing a role in the best standards of today for performing energy yield analyses? It's hard to have a talk about energy yield now and not mention bifacial modules. I think by now you'll all have heard the news about the latest round of tariffs. But regardless, bifacial modules are here to stay in the industry and have been widely adopted and continue to be widely adopted across a whole range of projects. So we started seeing them a few years ago, in particular on larger utility scale projects. But as time has gone by, we're starting to see a broader application of bifacial modules. So it's now something that even smaller scale developers and financiers need to be paying a little bit more attention to. And certainly the projects are getting a little bit smaller and moving north. So it's not just a big southwestern US utility scale thing anymore. We're regularly working on bifacial projects into the northern US states and in numerous locations across Europe, where a few years ago monofacial saw no meaningful challenge on the horizon. The second thing that's becoming more prevalent, and this is to some extent related to bifacial modules, is we're seeing more measurement. As I'll get into in a little bit, bifacial modules tend to require a good source of albedo data, and I'll explain more about that later. But suffice to say that you often will want to deploy a weather station to collect that data if you have a larger project. Well, if you're going to do that anyway and you have the time, you may also add sensors to your albedo measurement station to collect regular solar irradiance data anyway, which means we're seeing an increase in the number of ground station-based solar irradiance measurement campaigns. So understanding how to deal with those, what's involved in them, that's all going to become very important. And then finally, there's really just more variety in solar projects. There are more portfolios and community solar projects being financed. These projects may tend to individually be smaller. So there's some question about how do you want to handle energy yield for these types of projects, and are you looking at that in a way that's consistent with the larger utility scale projects? We're also seeing more site variability and frankly just more trackers, even in sort of northern climates where they would not have been considered a couple of years ago. Before we dive completely into the details of what's new, let's go back to basics for a minute. What does it mean to have a bankable energy yield analysis? And really that's just a term of art that means that you have used methods, data, and an understanding and a level of detail that allows a financial entity to rely on your estimate. So there is a good time and a place for a bankable energy yield, but also there's a good time and a place for what we call an indicative energy yield. That might be something that you would run earlier in the project to get a rough idea, but still an accurate idea of what sort of performance you can expect. So you might see this done as part of development, for example. And then as the project evolves from the development phase and the sponsor is looking for financing from, say, a tax equity provider or someone like that, then they're going to need to do a more detailed energy yield analysis, and that would be where sort of the bankable analysis comes in. Typically with a bankable energy yield, you'll have a pretty detailed report. Our energy yield reports, for example, tend to be 30 to 50 pages with a lot of detail about assumptions and methods and data sources and that sort of thing. Whereas an indicative EYA may have a small report or even no report at all, really. It'll just be fed into a financial model or be reflected as a brief summary. So both may use the modeling software of some kind. A bankable energy yield analysis in almost all cases is going to use PVSys. That's the market standard. Indicative EYA can also use PVSys, but it could also be done with software such as Helioscope, NREL's System Advisor model, or one of a number of others. The solar resource data is another big differentiator. A lot of folks, especially for small projects or C&I projects, will use something like MediaNorm or the NREL NSRDB database, while bankable energy yields really focus on having high quality satellite data from Clean Power Research or Solar GIS or one of those. Layouts will tend to be more detailed in bankable EYAs. Equipment assumptions will tend to be much more detailed. They'll come from manufacturer validated specifications, third-party testing data, this sort of thing. While on the other hand, an indicative EYA might provide with just some basic assumptions. And likewise, the bankable EYA will just in general be used for project finance and will have uncertainties calculated and be based on project-specific designs. With that understanding of things out of the way, turning back to bifacial modules, we are indeed seeing that these are increasingly used on projects. At this point, we've done over 2 gigawatts of bifacial module energy yield assessments and related work. And it's, I'd say one of the things that we are frequently asked by clients who are operating in more northern environments is to help them weigh the benefits of bifacial versus monofacial modules. So most of our clients now are skipping straight to asking for bifacial energy yields. They may not be considering monofacial at all. And certainly, based on data from folks like Bloomberg, we expect the bifacial modules to get a even more significant market share, up to maybe 40% by 2025. So I think that's really a trend that we're going to see continuing, especially considering that the cost with the tariffs, there is essentially no cost adder compared to monofacial modules. If depending on what happens with tariffs, if they're reinstated, I think we'll still see that there is a very, very small cost difference. And so long as you can get 4 or 5% additional energy yield, which is pretty achievable on most bifacial projects, the bifacial modules will economically outperform their monofacial counterparts. You can certainly see a benefit in the range of 3 to 20% in yearly energy generation based on the bifacial modules. So how does a bifacial module work? I think we all know that a bifacial module is really just like 2 solar modules sort of put back to back and taking out the back sheet. So you have active module collection area on the top and bottom of the module. But what are we really talking about with respect to the energy modeling of that backside irradiance, as we call it? Essentially, that rear side irradiance is reflected light. It can be from both direct reflection, so the beam component of solar irradiance bouncing off the ground or whatever surfaces below the modules, hitting the cells on the backside of the module and generating electricity. Diffuse reflection is also a factor. So even on a cloudy day, bifacial modules will continue to produce on the backside based on reflected diffuse light. The way that the reflection happens and how much of that light is reflected is driven by the albedo of the surface. The albedo is just a measurement of essentially what fraction of light hitting a surface is reflected. So for example, a bright white roof might have an albedo of 0.6 to 0.7, whereas grasses and gravel surfaces might be in the 0.15 to 0.3 range. So the surface conditions of the site start to become pretty important. And it's also worth noting that the albedo will change based on the weather. It can be everything from dried grass to wet grass or snow. All of these things will change the albedo of the ground at your site throughout the year. So it's important to understand what kind of impacts that might have on your production. Now, you don't get every bit of reflected light, of course, because you're going to lose somewhere between 5 and 12% of your reflected light due to shading from things like the racking and the module support structures. So, and that's all going to be something that you can account for in your model. And where you can get albedo data is from the NREL PSM database, which provides some albedo data for you, but a lot of folks, as I mentioned earlier, are choosing to perform on-site measurements. Here's an example of what albedo looks like for a northeastern US site throughout the year. This is a monthly albedo figure. As you can see, it varies quite a bit from month to month. So understanding what the albedo is over time can be really important, especially in markets where energy prices vary based on season or even time of day. So understanding at a high resolution what your albedo is fairly important. I know some smaller developers and asset owners might think about this in terms of a yearly average, but we really encourage folks to get as granular as they reasonably can with this albedo data. It'll make your estimate much more accurate. So some of the albedo data is coming from satellite sources. Some of it is coming from ground measurement campaigns, and some is coming from public measurement stations. The uncertainty on albedo tends to be a little bit higher than for the uncertainty on just your, say, for example, your global horizontal irradiance. But because it represents a small fraction of overall output, again, maybe 5-10%, say, having a little bit of a higher uncertainty on your albedo is not usually a major problem for your overall energy yield uncertainty. When you're trying to figure out how to design your bifacial system, a few things sort of come to mind. First of all, you want to make sure that you understand that layout for a bifacial project might be a little bit different than what you're used to in terms of optimizing plant output compared to a monofacial project. So for example, the height of the modules starts to become pretty important. And the reason that's important is the higher the modules are off the ground, typically the more reflected light you can intercept. Likewise, if you can place your collectors further apart, you'll have more reflected light to work with. Now, that may be a problem if you're space constrained, and that would mean fitting less megawatts on your site, which isn't always optimal. But this gives you a little bit of added complexity for your energy yield optimization process. So if you want to increase the irradiance that you're working with, you do things like increase the tilt angle, raise the height above the ground, increase the pitch, again, the distance between rows, and you try to increase the reflected light by increasing the ground albedo. So most solar developers don't know a lot about landscaping necessarily, but suddenly we all have to become experts in reflective types of ground covering that might make a measurable difference in the performance of sites. So it sort of broadens the number of things you need to think about in your project design process. Luckily, there are starting to be a number of field test data sets becoming available on the market so that people can make more informed decisions about project performance. I think it's becoming known in the industry that modeling methods for bifacial projects are not always completely straightforward and not always fully, if you'll pardon the pun, reflective of bifacial gains. So it's great that there are starting to be some sources that we can look at to get some field data to kind of validate assumptions and new projects. Many of these test data sources are coming, however, from manufacturers, so it's always best to consider carefully whether using test data from one manufacturer is applicable to your particular project. And we certainly always recommend looking at a variety of data sources. I mentioned earlier that the ground station measurements are becoming a bit more common. So here's an example from one such provider, Groundworks. You can see these stations typically include an independent power supply, solar module, battery backup, various weather station components. So you're usually measuring things like temperature, relative humidity, and of course you're measuring albedo, which in simple terms is really measured by having an upward and a downward facing pyranometer in the same place and collecting albedo as kind of a ratio between those two measurements. The stations will typically include additional pyranometers. As I said, you may as well try to collect your general solar resource data at the same time. And typically it's a bit more complicated than I think folks sometimes think, because you have to be very careful in what types of instruments you select, making sure that you focus on really high quality pyranometers and other instruments to ensure that you reduce the uncertainty of your energy estimate by measuring. That is indeed one of the main points. The other things that it does for you is really does give you a good set of albedo data, assuming you collect your data properly. And hopefully what you'll receive is a measurement that allows you to improve your solar resource estimate over the satellite data. So it's always possible, of course, if you don't fully maintain your weather station properly. In particular, you may get a lower irradiance result, but most folks are hoping that they'll actually do a little better than what the satellite data predicts. The key thing, though, is that leaving the station in place for a longer period of time is extremely beneficial in terms of reducing uncertainty. So you can see in the graph here at the right that as you reach about the 1 year mark, if you have less than a year, your uncertainty can be quite high. But as you get past a year, it's really starting to level off. So you do get some diminishing returns the longer you've got a station deployed. But it's really something to think about that if you only have 3 or 4 months to collect data, you are going to likely have a pretty high uncertainty when you try to correlate those measurements to a long-term average. Here are just a few common examples of issues we run into as we work on these sorts of energy yield assessments. Resources, obviously it's important to use high quality databases and data sources with low uncertainty. Components, it's very key to make sure that not only are you using manufacturer specific data, but that you are not using test results that are cherry picked or from a small sample set. Make sure you have some data that's representative of the equipment characteristics you want to use. Shading is really important. A lot of smaller projects in the Northeast are subject to tree shading, and this is often mismeasured or underrepresented in energy models. We mentioned many of the bifacial considerations already, and then soiling and snow is really a developing area. The main models used for this in the industry could use a bit more seasoning and a bit more validation. So it's important that you're very careful with how you analyze this and make sure you're pulling in good data to work with. On the shading topic, in this slide, you can see we worked on a project here in Massachusetts that had a fairly complex shading environment, and ultimately the seller had taken essentially a four corners measurement, which is a pretty common approach, and we found that really didn't represent the shading at the site accurately. By taking a more detailed series of shading measurements and identifying trees from flagging, we were able to actually improve the output of the site by about 6%. Just by properly addressing shading. So it can be a pretty significant impact, and is not something that you want to forget about. I mentioned snow losses earlier as well, and here's an example of the really extreme variability you can get in snow losses. So in this graphic, for example, the main takeaway here is that on average, over the course of a year, the snow loss modeling approach based on the Townsend model was fairly accurate. What wasn't so accurate, however, was the month-to-month assumption. So this model, for example, can somewhat fall apart as the amount of time increment gets smaller. So while that may be fine for many projects with a fairly flat offtake price, projects that are a little bit more granular, can certainly suffer. So you have to carefully consider how you do this. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
I'm Kimberly Centera, the founder and president of TerraPro Solutions, and I am happy to be your presenter for this webinar for Smart Energy Week 2020. In this webinar, we're going to be talking about how you can set up your project to be successful. And in particular, we're going to be focusing on financing strategies. When we talk about financing, one of the initial items that we always focus on is the idea of site control. When you're looking at site control, what we're talking about there is usually the documentation that the project uses to memorialize its rights relative to the control of the project and the development of the project. In many cases, it's a lease agreement, but it can be an easement. And that documentation needs to be put of record, meaning it needs to be recorded in the county and state in which the project is located. In addition to the notion of site control, there's the idea of what we call perfected site control, which takes our site control up to a financing level. What that means is that we have looked at site control from the perspective of the title to ensure that there are no issues that have the potential of interfering with our site and our access to the site for purposes of financing. We had a particular situation on one project where we lacked perfected site control, meaning that there was a senior deed of trust on the fee property that was recorded in 2009, and our lease agreement was recorded in 2018. In the event of a potential default on that, where the landowner would not make a payment, and there was a default under that prior agreement, that would have the ability of being able to remove, or what we call wipe out, our subsequent lease agreement rights that were recorded. This is a risk that any lender in a financing for a project is not willing to take. So we have to make sure that that agreement is changed in terms of priority. And so what we do is we enter into a subordination agreement. In the case that we're looking at here, we had a project that faced a $350,000 construction delay because there was no subordination for that prior deed of trust. When we're looking at the idea of preparing for financing and risk mitigation around projects, one of the first questions we ask our clients is, what are some of the important timelines for your project? Some of the most pivotal timelines for projects are a debt transaction. And that typically means that there's going to be some kind of a third-party lender that's going to be providing financing for the commencement of construction. Typically, that debt financing also is very closely timed or coordinated with what we call NTP, or Notice to Proceed, or start of construction. Finally, in our project timeline, we have COD, or the commercial operations date. Most of our work is done around debt financings and NTP, which is where lenders come in and take a look and analyze all of the documentation to assess the risk associated with the project. From the standpoint of a lender's view, the time at start of construction is considered to have the most risk because the project has not yet been constructed. And so there isn't certainty with its ability to be able to generate revenues, to be able to satisfy all the financing requirements for repayment of the loan. Contrasted with that is the idea of COD, or commercial operations. So the project has been constructed, and at that point, the parties have the ability to confirm the revenue stream. And so it's considered to be generally much less risky. When we're looking at risk assessment, we start with 5 general areas. We're going to look at banks and utilities for purposes of our discussion today. However, title companies, governmental agencies, and counties are also critical stakeholders in our transactions. When we talk about banks, we're not talking about the banks that are involved in our project transactions. We're talking about the banks that may show up as a result of documentation that's going to appear in our title work. And what that means is that you have gone to a local title office in the state and county in which the project is located, and you've had reports generated that tell you all of the encumbrances that affect the property. Those encumbrances can be grouped in many different ways. And one of the ways that we look at those is any banks that may have liens that can affect the property that it will be the subject of the debt and the financing. Similarly, we take a look at any utility rights that may exist. Again, these will show up as a result of taking a look at the title work. You'll often see these utility rights evidenced as easements. They might be easements for gas companies, they could be easements for water rights, they could be easements for many different kinds of rights, including access. All of these rights need to be understood and clarified, and these parties have to be affirmatively addressed by way of some kind of documentation to the extent that they affect our project and our project rights. When we're looking at utility rights, we talked about the fact that some utility rights are shown by way of title work through easement agreements and other work and other interests that may be evidenced on title. But there are other ways that you can identify these utility rights that are equally important. When you have the ALTA survey done for a project in preparation for project design and financing, it is the responsibility of the ALTA surveyor to look at the title work and identify any easement rights that may show up that may not be evidenced in title. It's very common for rights to exist, and they can be access rights or other rights that may not have something recorded, but where there may be some third party that has rights to the project. It is very important that your ALTA surveyor does a visual inspection of the property to confirm that any of those potential rights that may be evidenced are captured on the ALTA survey so they can be taken into account for purposes of the design. The final way that we understand where the utility rights exist is through the EPC contractor or the construction contractor that will be performing the construction work on the project. Again, it is the responsibility of the EPC contractor to make inquiries through 811 calls or whatever the statutory requirement is for a particular jurisdiction, to have the holders of these rights come out and identify their location on the ground. We see challenges in our curative work where it is difficult to have utilities either locate them because they're not working in the office, or to have access to their important materials and records and maps. Likewise, we have similar issues with banks where they're backlogged with other transactions, and getting them to focus on critical documentation for our project is a challenge. We are also seeing increased scrutiny on the part of the banks where they need to enter into a subordination agreement where they may want to take an additional time to review the lease agreement that is the subject of the transaction in order to be able to assess the risk from their perspective for purposes of subordinations or non-disturbance agreements. When we talk about utility rights, what we mean in terms of curative work is the fact that some kind of crossing agreement or consent agreement is going to need to be entered into with that entity in order to allow for the project to install improvements that will cross those rights. For instance, if you have a gas line and you're going to be crossing that gas line underneath with medium voltage, you are going to have to understand what the requirements are of that gas company in order to be able to install the improvements so that it impacts upon and within the easement area that's set forth within the agreement for the utility. We have seen cases where utilities have very specific technical requirements when rights are going to be crossed. And it's imperative that you understand what those requirements are so that information can be conveyed to your construction contractor. We have also had cases where construction contractors are not willing to commence construction in the absence of having these agreements. Again, talking about the timeframes and the delays, it's very important that we start these conversations early with these utilities so that we have a clear understanding of the pathway and the requirements for the ability to be able to cross their rights. In addition to crossing agreements, we have also seen letters of no objection, where a crossing entity or where a utility entity will say, we have no objection to you crossing our rights. When we come to the issue of the banks, we talked a little bit about subordination agreements. A subordination agreement is an affirmative right between the bank, the landowner, and the project, which essentially reverses the priority of the lien of the trust deed with the lien of the lease, so that in the event of a default, the lien of the lease for the project is not terminated at law by a default. Again, this is a critical requirement for the lenders because most of our projects are the result of non-recourse financing. So the only recourse of our lenders to be able to enforce their rights to collect revenues is the basis of the project rights. So it is always important to understand the banks and the timing for getting those rights, subordinated or some kind of other documentation like a non-disturbance agreement. We recommend that it's prudent to start early in order to engage with both the utilities and the banks to proceed with the prospective documentation and understand the requirements. In fact, we would suggest that you look at a timeline of at least 6 months in best case to be able to start a lot of this curative work. And depending upon the banks that may show up on your title, you may even want to allow longer. We have seen cases with federally insured loans, so Federal Service Association loans, which frequently show up on our projects because they loan to ag and agriculture. We have seen the time periods for the subordination of those loans extended from 6 months to up to as long as 1 year. Similarly, with utilities, again, we recommend that we start the work early. We have seen cases with certain utilities where they may have ordinarily be looking at 50 agreements, and they may have as many as 150 crossing requests or more on their desk at one time. So the project's timeline is going to be competing with all those other requests that they're dealing with. However, we have also seen a positive change in many cases with utilities where they have been willing to work with us on bridge documentation that will allow for the start of construction and still put a placeholder in for the future finer points of a crossing agreement. In this case, we have seen interim consent agreements that are entered into that spell out the technical requirements and allow for the parties to start construction and meet their construction time frame while the legal team pursues crossing the T's and dotting the I's to get all of the documentation completed and in place. There are several risk mitigation strategies that we strongly recommend. First of all, take a look at your project flow. Understand your critical milestones. At the beginning of this webinar, we mentioned the importance of looking at the timing for your debt financing. When do you expect to start construction? What is the timing for commercial operations? Understanding those dates will enable you to work backward from the proposed date of the transaction and allow for sufficient timing to get some of the documentation in place. We also recommend performing early fatal flaw analysis. That includes taking a look at your agreements and understanding the terms and requirements. It also includes taking a look at all of the title work and having a thorough and understanding of the matters that are on record, including banks, utilities, mineral rights, very, very significant, and other issues that may come up. We are seeing right now a willingness of many oil producers to step up and enter into more reasonable agreements due to the lower gas prices. We also recommend taking a look and really understanding the timing for your long lead time deliverables. Again, time for us is critical, and it's the most important leverage that we have to allow us to mitigate costs and ensure the success of our projects. Additionally, and this is something really unique to COVID, is this idea of interim documentation. This is something new, but we're encouraged by the willingness of utilities to step over onto the side of the projects and work with the projects to help them ensure the success. Lastly, we encourage the importance of building trust and managing expectations. One of the first things that we do when we know we have a closing coming up is to request an introductory call with counsel for the lenders to make sure they have a thorough understanding of the project and our timelines and our expectation for resolution of all the various issues and concerns. At TerraPro Solutions, we believe that a well-defined set of strategies and diligent oversight will help our clients to mitigate the risk on a daily basis to ensure the success of their projects. We're your financing experts, and we are focused on the bottom line to help ensure that all of our projects can meet their deadlines. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you on this subject. Please reach out to us at terraprosolutions.com, and we're happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.